Morning, Sharon. How are you doing this morning? Morning, B-Dog. Bit of a rough night for me, actually. I fell asleep on the couch at about, must have been about 12ish last night, 12, half 12. And I woke up with a bit of a start at about, I don't know, it must have been about 4:30, something like that. And I bent down to pick something up, and I did something to my neck, I don't know what, so it's a little bit tender. I think it was because I basically just got up and did that too quickly, maybe. I don't know. You get into that kind of age where you've got to be careful about doing things too quickly in the morning before you've warmed up. So this morning, the tobacco I've got this morning is I recently bought some guy in America, I forget his name. He was selling off some tobacco. He was moving and he wanted to just sort of lighten the load. So he had a sale of tobacco. And I bought a few tins of a variety of stuff. And amongst it was he had a jar of McClelland's fragrant mature cake. And it's an aromatic, but being that it's McClelland's, it's likely to be really good quality. So it's been sitting in the bag since I got it for a few months, and I haven't tried it, so I figured I'll try it this morning. And this is one of my aromatic pipes. It's one of my own early LCS pipes. It's interesting shape, interesting shank. I usually smoke Virginia cream, vanilla cream in here, McBaron's vanilla cream. I think I have a small sample of this upstairs of my own, which I had before, which I tried I didn't particularly like. But when I smelled the bag of this one, it really did give me a very sort of vanilla, caramelly kind of aroma. I don't know if it'll come through in the smoke itself, we'll see, I guess. That's a relative question, B-Dog. Depends what you call a lot. If I had to estimate how many tins I have, I've probably got about, I don't know, somewhere between maybe 30 and 40 tins of McClelland tobacco, something like that. Well, I guess some people would say that's a small collection. It's maybe it's not quite as much as that. Maybe it's 20, 30 tins. I haven't really. Yeah, I've probably got a similar amount. Maybe it's a bit less. Basically, I've got 4 plastic storage containers. One of them has got mostly Dunhill, one of them's got McClelland, and the other 2 are mixed. With the Esoterica, and I've got some Germains, and then lots of different other bits and pieces. So the McClelland one is, I'm just trying to imagine the stacks. I think because McClelland has quite a lot of 100-gram tins and 50-gram tins, I've probably got more 100-gram tins than 50-gram tins. So in actual amount of tins, it's probably less, but in grams, it's the equivalent of 250s, I guess. Obviously. So I would say that probably the equivalent of around 30, 50-gram tins, divided in 50 and 100 grams. Really getting very, very little sweetness from this, considering it's an aromatic. This is probably what I got last time when I tried it and didn't enjoy it. Well, B-Dog, either you got to decide whether you're keeping them as investment or you're keeping them for yourself. If you're keeping them for yourself, then you might as well just start smoking them, because, that's my philosophy. I've been doing that with my cigars as well. There are a few which are worth a fair bit of money, which I may end up selling at some point, but the others, I'm smoking them because, And with special cigars, what I tend to do is I do videos anyway of cigars every so often, but with the ones which are really special to me, I'll do a video. So if I really wanted, I could relive the experience. But in terms of McClellan's, I have to be honest that although I enjoy it, I'm not so desperate to have it anymore, and I've got a fairly small rotation of tobacco now, so it wouldn't be too painful for me to part with it. So I could, I've said already for a while now that I'm going to do a sale of McClelland tobaccos at some point. I'll keep some for sure, but there's quite a few in there which I've never tasted before, which I have yet to taste. Thank you, James. Yeah, I thought that was clever. 50 and 50 makes 100. I'm pretty advanced, no? Anyway, yesterday afternoon, I made this rusticated kind of cauldron kind of pipe. And it's going to have this on it. It's got a faux horn shank cap. So I'm going to buff that soon and see how it comes out. It's got quite a lot of pits in this. I had to do a few fills as well. So it's either be sold very cheap or I'll keep it. We'll see. Yeah, it's got quite a few significant fills in it. Bit of a rustic looking pipe. Yeah, definitely going to bend the stem. I mean, that's I'm not up to that stage yet. It'll be bent a fair bit. Sanding sort of the high spots. So that should mean that when I give it a coating of lacquer, that will get darker, but it will be light enough to show a difference between the highs and the lows. So what tobaccos do you smoke, Ross? What kind of tobaccos do you like? Right, okay, roll up. So smoke that if that's what you like. But if you're looking for something new to try, I always recommend Erin Morphlake to people. I think it's a wonderful tobacco. Covers a lot of bases. Or the mixture, if you prefer to use, already broken up tobacco. How you doing, Jack? So that's where we're at with this one, which I did yesterday evening. I made this one yesterday evening. Morning, Mark. So today's pipe, though, this one is look like it's going to have some really nice grain. At least on one side, anyway. Which is always the case, unless you're buying sort of premium stuff. But that looks gorgeous on that side. It's like a perfect straight grain on that side. All the best, Ross. The other side. Once you get into the block, it might be a bit better. You can see that grain is on the other side as well over here, but over here it's a little bit all over the place. But you know, once you can see by the grain on the end that it continues in there. So once I turn it, it's not the widest of blocks, so I'm not sure. We'll see. Might still get a good grain all round. We'll see. But that's just the way it goes. Unless you're prepared to pay 70, 80, 90 pounds for a block, you know, getting a straight grain all the way around without any blemishes is going to be really hard. No, it's not bad. The other side, it's just not quite the same as the other side. I'm smoking McClelland's mature, what is it called? Some kind of mature cake. It's an aromatic. Not the most aromatic tobacco in the world when you taste it. It smells good though. Fragrant mature cake. I think it's called 2000, I think they call it. I hear that you're done. Have you broken in the what's his name yet? The new pipe? The I forget his name, but the one with the fancy shank stem. The one you ordered from America. I forget his name. Skoda, yeah. Joe Skoda. On your birthday, cool, nice idea. For me, I wouldn't do that personally because I don't like smoking a new pipe, so I wouldn't do that on my birthday. I guess on my birthday, just be a fancy cigar probably. So there it is. Oh dear, I thought you were on the mend, James. Yeah, it's a very rustic pipe. I had to do a few fills on this one on the outside. Quite a few significant fills on this pipe. Just give it a quick polish. And I'm just going to give it some lacquer, and then I'll let it sit. Well, that natural rusticated one is still available, hasn't sold. I think it's priced fairly as well. Considering it's a pretty clean piece of briar. It's interesting, I've yet to really see any kind of buying pattern on the website. You know, sometimes you might think, well, the weekend people are busy going out, spending money on other stuff, so the pipe's not their priority. But I've yet to really try to work out any kind of pattern with people's buying. You know, whether it's the type of pipe I make. It's just, you know, you just got to have the right buyer at the right time who's looking for a particular pipe, and you make it so they buy it. I've really yet to see any kind of pattern at all. Yeah, so some people have got plenty of time at the weekend and they're sitting on their computer browsing and looking at stuff, and they'll buy on the weekend. Other people, they're doing other stuff. You know, maybe they're out with their family or doing the housework, doing the garden, fiddling with the car. You know, everybody's got their pattern, their life pattern. All I know is that people buying pipes is completely unpredictable. I mean, take the calla lily for instance. That was on the site for a while, and just out of the blue, one morning it sold. You know, I was really stoked when it did sell, but there was no warning. You know, the guy didn't contact me for any information or anything like that. It just sold, paid, done. Yeah, that's also true. I think that's true. I think I have noticed that last year, that in the fourth quarter, it's Christmas, people need their money for presents. Yeah, that's a good point, Josh. Although I suppose people could be buying pipes for presents, but I hear what you're saying. It's more about buying kids presents and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's a pretty rustic pipe. This could, you know, despite its fills, it could be a really nice favourite old pipe to just sit and enjoy a nice, I don't know, aromatic or a latakia bowl. Where are you up to at the moment, Josh? Last time I looked, it was I think 955. I think that was on Saturday. I think it gets to a point where, you know, did you out? It's all the same people that see it and react. So you had those, and that was that. It'll come. You know, the last mile takes a bit of time. Each milestone does take, you know, because you're watching it, it takes time. My one jumped from, I think, from 5 to 6. It was at 5.5 for a very long time, and then one day suddenly I looked and it had topped over 6. But you know, I've got ups and downs all the time. I very rarely look at the analytics. Occasionally, I'll have a look, but it's just ups and downs all the time. 957, right? Well, somebody said that they had seen you at 960 something, so presumably you've had some go away, which is odd. That I don't understand how that happens. But I think we should just take a moment to applaud Josh on the amazing job he's done in the cupboard. I want to see some claps on the comments, people. You guys, I'm sure, have all enjoyed the series of 5 videos that he's done on making that cupboard. What a fantastic bit of skill. Just phenomenal. And I can't wait. I'm next in line, so I'm really, really excited. And also recording it as well, getting the right position to record it as you're doing particular sections, the angles, really skilled, many skills on show there. Morning, Stevie. Yeah, I must be honest, I don't use thumbs up at all. I very rarely do thumbs up. How many pipes am I storing? Where you expect to keep the cabinet? Well, the original idea was to keep the cabinet in the workshop with a door so that my pipes don't get all dusty. Really do want to see the state of my pipes up on the top shelf over here. So that was the original idea. But looking at the quality of what you've done, almost feels ashamed to have it in the workshop. But I think I still will keep it in the workshop. I'm in the workshop most of the day, so I'd much rather have them at hand, be able to see my pipes and see the beautiful cabinet. So I think I'll still go with that. As many pipes as you can fit in, really. And what I would say is, if you like we originally discussed, is to have a glass door. So make the same door as you did for James, but have a glass insert rather than the thing. And maybe just don't send me glass, and I'll put the glass in here. Maybe something like that. Or if you do send glass, I think the glass would need to be maybe a thicker glass, a 6mm rather than a 4mm. Or maybe Perspex would be even better. Although that could get scratched up, but there's no reason for it to get scratched. And just pack the glass in separately, maybe. So I know the dimensions that it needs to fit into. I haven't really set aside any wall space anywhere. I'll just find somewhere for it. It's a good question, actually. It's all up in the air anyway, because at some point I need to do something with this workshop. I kind of been looking into the outside there, and that's a huge amount of work and a great cost. I've also got the option of taking this wall down. It's also a big amount of work. So at the moment I'm just cracking on and working in here, but once I've sorted that out, I don't think that'll be a problem, because whichever area I use, it'll be larger than I've got now, so there will be wall space. So plexiglass might be a good idea just for traveling point of view, but within a wood frame like you did for James, I think would make a lot of sense. I think that was what you did on the door. Yeah, you did. You had a hinged door, and then you had wood insert slats, didn't you, in the door frame? So I would say the same thing, to make the door frame and put plexiglass in there. How many pipes did the James's one have? What was it? 6 on each, 7 on each, and 3 shelves? What was it? Something like that? 6 or 8 on each shelf, was it? No, it'll be just for pipes. 6 threes, okay. I mean, 18 will certainly be plenty for me to have down here. That would be fine. Because I'll still want some upstairs as well. And if I've got a cupboard in here, then I'll be happy to bring down some of my better pipes and not just use the shop pipes. So 18 would be perfect, I think. Upstairs I've got that shelf unit which I'm using now, that pipe rack which I did that video on, so that'll be perfect. I think that one takes 14 maybe. Yeah, I think I'll keep it in the workshop. That was the original idea, was to have something with a door on so it doesn't get dusty. So I think I should stick with that, even though it looks like it's such a nice piece of furniture. Almost a shame to keep it in here, but I think initially, certainly, that was the original idea. Um, I think I would probably put it here. I'll take this sandpaper rack down, and I'll just put it up in this space. So it would have to go. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I have to think about it. I might even take the couple of shelves down above my desk. See, I've got these couple of shelves here. A window there, really, I want to actually open it up and make an openable window. So I think I would want to keep that space. I'll work it out, don't worry. I'll work it out. Initially, if I don't fit it in, if I keep it upstairs initially, that would be fine too. And once I get my workshop sorted out, I'll incorporate it into the layout. How many pipes do I own? Not that many. At my peak, I had probably over 100 pipes of my own that I actually smoked. Well, I guess I didn't smoke them all, but at the moment, I would estimate about of pipes left. I've really got rid of the vast majority of the pipes that I don't smoke. Upstairs, my rack takes 14. There's another 6 on the wall, I think, or 7. It's 14, 6, 20. One behind, 21. There's maybe another, say, 10 in the drawers, 31. There's another maybe half a dozen here. I would say around 40 max, about 40 pipes. The width of the space. I've just realised that there's a light switch there as well, which I'm not going to really want to mess around with. I mean, I can if I have to, but I don't really want to. It's about 18 inches. What's the width of the one you just made? The stubby with a silver band. 18 wide by 25 high. Yeah, you can do exactly the same, especially if you've got jigs and stuff already set up, templates and stuff like that. Just go for it. A stubby with silver. Did I have a stubby with silver? That would be nice too. Double doors. Be more work for you though. Josh, I'm leaving it entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you. Do whatever works for you. The shotgun monitor. The shotgun pipe. The shotgun pipe. Oh, that one. That one's on my website. Yeah, it's still available. The one which is Right, so this one is yesterday's one. That's yesterday's one. The other one, that sold, that sold, that sold. That's the only stubby one that's left now. With a carve blast. It's not silver, that's brass actually, which will be very nice with a bit of age. It'll patina very nicely. And that's obviously the one that I've just made. I just finished. I made yesterday. All right, Josh, have a good one. $454 is sold. But Mark, any pipe you see that you want, I can make for you. You know, it's not a problem. Unfortunately tonight I can't. I've got a wedding tonight. I'm not working at it, but I'm a guest. My son's brother-in-law is getting married, so I've got to go to that. And in fact, my nephew is also getting married, but abroad, so that'll be on Zoom. So it'll be busy tonight. So definitely won't be able, unless it's later on. What time do you normally? What time do you normally have the call? I don't remember. I'll probably be home by 10:30, 11. So that's what. That's probably about 6 o'clock your time, 6 p.m. Do you have a fixed time that you have that call, or? It's going to be a long day, yeah. Most days are, to be honest. That's when you do it. Cool. All right. So whenever I get home, I'll send you a message and you can add me in. That'd be nice. Morning, Simon. How you diddling? Yeah, it's fine. That all sounds good. Sounds perfect. Just about nothing to do. Hey Nelson, how you doing? All right, so this is what we're looking at today. An author shape, which won't be quite as big as that because it's a narrowish block, unless I go sort of oblong. I might do that. I might go for an oval shaped bowl just to get a decent amount of size. Then we're going to have a sterling silver band and a yellow black Cumberland overnight stem, which should look awesome. So let's get cracking. I'm just going to cut the block. James, do you still want briar offcuts? Because I've been keeping them off on the wood bandsaw. Do you still want them? Next time I send you a box. Some OSG. Oh, you mean OGS, Orlick Golden Slice. Good for you. I haven't had any for a day or two. Yeah, we all do that, Mark. Actually got a very tight plateau, this. I have to think about that. Sliced gold would work very well. I don't know why, whenever I move, it seems to... I don't know why it keeps conking out. I need to just check the connection. Hang on, it might go black again. Okay, while it's on, I'm not going to do anything. I'll leave that. If it goes off again, just if you don't mind, just type it in the messages so that I can see. I can check the connection again. It is running now, Mark. Essentially, all it is I'm creating a distance to my transmitter to the Wi-Fi doodah by another 2 meters, and I'm in the backyard at the end of my garden. Well, it's not a long garden, but it's still a distance away from the house. I have a Wi-Fi extender right at the end by the window, so that's how I've got a connection out here. But I guess it loses it, you know, and it kind of, there's various different bandwidths, and I suppose it searches for another one, but it's just sometimes happens till it settles in, and then it's okay usually. It's a temperamental little fellow, isn't it? We get so comfortable with modern technology that when it goes haywire for a few seconds, we get a little bit frustrated. It's Mimo Briar. I'm not sure where I got it from. I don't remember. Son of a gun. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. Mm. No. What's she going that time for? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, it's too early. I don't know, I'm live at the moment, so I can't really chat. Yeah, yeah, sure. No, I'll open it, it's fine. Alright. See you there. Now that's the glue. It goes on right at the end. I've learnt from my mistakes. The ring has to go on right when the pipe is finished and glossed and everything's done. I just have to make sure it fits right, that's all, at this stage.
Thank you, Mark. I saw the messages. I'll be in touch with you. I hate this chuck with a passion. Getting a bit nervous. Haven't hit the hole yet. Aha. We have lift off. Coolio. Happy with that. I need to decide now whether I take the top off or not. The plateau. This is my question right now. I think I might do a bit of an oval shape. I mean, the top is round, but I think I might make that a little bit oval over there. Maybe I'll do half. I want to get a level. It's because it's higher up, so it's narrower here than there. It just doesn't look nice. I'll do it bit by bit and see how it looks. You're heading towards leaving it on. Mark says, take it off. Simon says, well, when Simon says, you got to do what Simon says, right? Gonna take a bit. Let's go half and see how it goes. Yeah, I like to hear people's opinions, but I will ultimately, it'll be based on what I'm seeing here on the ground. So, but it's good to hear opinions. As long as people don't get upset if I don't listen to their opinion, that's okay. Right, that's pretty level. It's kind of a balance between making sure there's enough depth to the bowl, which at the moment there is. If I take it right down, in order for it to be smooth, I've got to go to the lowest part, and that gets quite low. So we're talking about till about there. Yeah, it's still good enough. There's still, being an author, there's still enough there. There's still enough there. I think I'm going to leave it as it is now. But I'm going to turn it still a little bit more. The way it's looking, it's going to look more apple-like than author at the moment. I think I need to turn it more. Basically, if I keep turning it to make it completely round, it's going to be quite a small bowl. I wanted it to have that sort of author apple kind of shape, which means I'm going to elongate it, which means I've got to do a lot of shaping on the wheel. So I'm not even bothering to sand it here. But ordinarily I would just keep turning until I get round, obviously not going too thin. But because the grain on this pipe just demands to be seen, I just feel that I need to give it more footage, more sort of footprint, so that we can see the grain. If I go for a very narrow pipe, it's a shame. So I'm going to go for an elongated apple type thing. Oval, I guess. The bowl is round, but the shape of, in other words, the chamber is round, but the bowl will be oval. I don't think it's something, I mean, I've done it with sort of freehand doubling type things, so hopefully it'll be alright. But this one is all about maximizing the grain, so I just need to take that chance, and hopefully it'll work out. Everything else is bang on, thankfully. So hopefully that'll be all right. No cigar yesterday. No cigar Saturday. So kind of been looking forward to this. Shimshon, how you doing? Good afternoon to you. Nice one, James. A pipe is born, yeah. So hopefully it will look nice in the end. Hi Mario, how are you doing? The stem will have a very slight bend, yeah. So that's horizontal, so it's a very slight bend. Yeah. Cool. Good night, Simon. Sleep well. It's quite cool. You look inside the bowl, you can see the straight grain on the inside of the bowl as well. It is a D6, yeah. That's what I've got the most of at the moment, so I'm ploughing through them. I'm fairly low stock on everything else, besides for unopened boxes, which are sort of limiteds and stuff like that. But on the stuff that I'm generally smoking, yeah, most of the other stuff that I've got 2 or 3 left of, and this one I've still got about 12 left of these. I don't think I've ever had tongue bite. You kind of just get a bit of, I mean, if you were to smoke it like a chimney and literally puff away until it got red hot, then yeah, I guess you would, but a tongue bite has never been an issue for me on cigars. Before I discovered the 9mm pipes, for a year, I just smoked cigars because the tongue bite was really knocking me for 6. And I just couldn't get on with it. The only tobacco which I could smoke a bowl here or there was Northwoods or other Latakia blends, which tend to be cooler. But even then, after a bowl, even before I finished the bowl, my tongue started to hurt. So I virtually stopped smoking a pipe for about a year, with the odd bowl here and there, but I was smoking cigars, 2-3 cigars a day sometimes. And then I discovered 9mm, and then everything changed again. Are you using filters, you know? You know what, I really think these have got short fillers in them. Every time I smoke these, I get bits in my mouth the whole time. What I need to do is maybe try a punch rather than a straight cut, see if that's better. Which filters are you using, Ida? This is a pretty short cigar. It's a wide cigar, so it's got a good ring gauge, but it's I think 3.5 inches. You're using White Elephant. Use the Dr. Pearl and see how you get on. I don't find that it takes flavour at all away. I'm very much used to it. No, I haven't tried an Alex Bradley Puck. I have had Alex Bradley, I think it was Prensado, something like that. I think that was Alex Bradley. I think that was a pipe of the year, 1 year, and I smoked a few of those. But I'm not a big fan of peppery cigars. I like the cigars to be tangy and sweet, coffee, chocolate, cedar, which is basically classic Cuban, really. You should get some, Idan, online, some American cigars. They're cheap, and
They're a lot cheaper. You get some Undercrowns or you get some Oliva Serie V Milanios. Really, they're nice and sweet, good cigars. I mean, you can get even the lower end things. You could get Corum. Corum is a pretty good smoke. That's really, you get a pack of 25 for about, I don't know what it is, $80 or something like that. Or a pack of 20. And they're a good smoke. Depending on what your budget is, but you know, Undercrowns, depending on what flavor profile you like, you've got a whole host of Undercrowns to choose from nowadays. They've got a long list under the Undercrown label. I mean, I went as far as the first three. When I first started, they had the Undercrown shade. I think then the Maduro came along, then the Sungrown came along, and then after that they had the various different ones which I didn't follow. And I enjoy all three of those. Well, if it's as low as possible, go for the Corum. Well, if you liked it, go for it, if that's cheap. You know, forever complaining about Cubans being too tight. These are too loose. I think they must be short fillers. I'm going to have a quick look online. I want to know if I am right. Gas D6 short, not shirt, short filler. Let's see what Cigars Limited.co.uk says. £17.29. This is to buy retail, and they cost me £6 from Spain. Three times almost. Crazy. It's no surprise that, you know, companies go bust. The amount of tax on that is ridiculous. Soft and spongy to the touch. Yes, I agree. Construction excellent. Flavors which I love: leather, earth, pepper, strong tobacco flavor. Tunneling quite badly. Da da da. I'm just looking at people's reviews. Okay, it doesn't really say if it's long or short filler. I suppose the only real way to tell is when I'm finished it is just to open up that nub and see what it looks like in there. Hey, Hamdran. I didn't order it from Spain. My son was in Spain for the Chag, and he popped into a shop and bought them. They're just on the high street. There's no, well, it's not an online store or anything. He bought me $1 back. It's all I could afford at the time. It's a shame. I would have ordered more.
next time. What these need is a little bit more time. That's what they need, to be honest, in the humidor. They got good flavour, but they're just not quite ready. It's dated 2020, but I think another year, 2 years, and they'll be great. Longer, even better, but a couple of years would be awesome. Peterson's 9mm, I think, wouldn't surprise me if they're Dr. Pearls just rebranded. You should have the same experience, or very similar, with the Peterson filters, B-Dog. Yeah, don't waste your time in Canada. Canada's higher than here. Regulations there are archaic, and their taxes are crazy. They're as bad as us, if not worse. The lacquer on this one has dried pretty much. I mean, it needs a day or two to properly dry. You can get a reasonable view of the pipe. A nice rustic looking sort of cauldron shape. This one had a few fills, so it's either going to be sold as a seconds at greatly reduced price, or I'll keep it. Yeah, they are expecting tax increases in the States. Mark, for sure. I mean, anybody in the States, now's the time to buy your tobacco. I mean, it's always the time to buy tobacco. That's the truth of the matter. Any day of the year that you pick is the right time to buy tobacco if you have the funds for it. Even when the taxes go up, it's the right time to buy it if you can afford it, because taxes only increase, they don't go down. So any day of the year is the right time to buy tobacco if you're in funds. That's the bottom line. Yeah, I use the Dr. Pearl Juniors by Vaughn. Well, because I'm outdoors, it's not completely airtight. You know, over time the smell does go, and I like cigar smell. I really do. Even obviously, I don't want it when it's completely stale, but the air changes enough. I've got the door open, but I like the smell. Walking into a room that's had a cigar in it, I really do like that aroma. Interesting thing is that yes, it is stronger than pipe tobacco, but it's a fairly generic aroma. Cigars have a fairly generic aroma. No matter which cigar it is, it smells like a cigar. You don't really talk about the room note like you do with pipe tobacco. Pipe tobaccos, because of the huge variety of aromas, sometimes it can be more annoying than cigars. Oh yeah, if it's in your bedroom, I wouldn't smoke in my bedroom. I smoke upstairs in my. I have an office upstairs. I'm lucky, I guess. I have a separate room, and I can smoke in here, and I can smoke in that room. In the beginning, a few years ago, when I started using that room, my wife was a little bit, but I put brushes, draft excluder brushes all the way around the door, not just on the bottom, but all the way around. And I fitted an extractor, so sometimes a little bit of an aroma comes out of the room, but it's kind of an accepted thing now, and that's my room, and I smoke in it, and that's it. It's not really an issue anymore, so I'm lucky, I guess. But in a bedroom, I don't think I would smoke in my bedroom, because the stuff lingers on your clothes and all of that kind of thing, on your bedclothes. It's a bit more of a push to smoke in your bedroom.
I agree with you, James. I prefer the smell of cigar to pipe tobacco. It just takes me back. I've said this before. I think I did a VR once for a giveaway a few years back. Somebody asked about talking about memories of grandparents or who inspired you to smoke and that kind of thing. And my grandfather was a cigar smoker, and only found out relatively recently that he also smoked a pipe, but I never saw that. So he must have gone over completely to cigar smoking by the time I was around. And I always, whenever he was working at home, he had an office job, a day job, but he also had, in the evenings or on the weekends, he was also a screenwriter. He was an artist. So, the old-fashioned signs that you would have on the front of a shop at the top above the door saying gunsmith, chemist, or whatever. So in the old days, those were all painted. Nowadays, it's all printed, but in those days, they were all painted, and he used to do that stuff. He was a phenomenal artist, and not so much with pictures, but with letters and writing. He had amazing. So whenever he was working on that, he used to. He was a sign writer, basically. So he used to. I remember one time. I'm sure I've said this before. I was staying there one weekend. And he had just got a couple of new bins for the outside. The traditional round bins with the corrugated bins. I think they were plastic. And he was writing the number. He lived at number 100, the road that he was on. And just to watch how meticulously, this is for the garbage bins, but a meticulous person is a meticulous person no matter what they're doing. And he spent, I don't know how long, he first did the outline, ruler, lines, everything, and then he drew the 100, and then he painted it in. And it was just looking at that number 100 was a work of art. So funny. But he was basically a cigar smoker, and my memory is of him having a cigar, he sort of stuck to his lips, and the aroma of cigars. So it could be that's the reason why I like the aroma. That's where I first got the aroma of cigars. But I used to have a teacher as well who smoked a pipe in the class, and every so often, as a treat to himself, he would have a cigar. And I distinctly remember him taking out a Romeo and Juliet tubos. I remember the colours, the white Romeo and Juliet tubes, and so every so often he would smoke that. But he would make it last, so he'd smoke it for a few minutes, then put it back in the tube so it extinguishes, and then he might smoke it again the next day. The ones which are really highly regarded are the Rabbit air purifiers. Those are supposed to be, they're specifically for smoking, as far as I know. They're quite expensive, but they're supposed to be good. Hey John, how you doing? Whatever happened with that recording? Still to be released. I look forward. If you're in an apartment, Idan, and you've got one room and other people are in the other rooms, even an air purifier with cigars, it is pretty pungent. So you'd have to just see what happens. If you can, I would put draft excluders around the door. And if you have complete reign over that room and you can do what you like, you don't share it with anybody else. Another good idea is to put a curtain in front of the door, like they used to do in the old days. They used to leave the front door open, but they had a curtain behind it. So just a heavy curtain across the door, Doesn't have to be sealed up against or anything like that, but it'll just be enough to hold the smoke in the room so the air purifier can do its work without it leaking outdoors. John got married? When did you get married, John? I must have missed that one. But the curtain would have to be, higher than the top of the door and right down to the floor, sort of sitting on the floor. Yeah, so that's what I would do. I put a curtain and draft excluder, which is like a strip with hair on it. You put by your letterbox, for instance, you buy it in the hardware store. It's like a strip which you can cut to size, and it's got hairs on it, which it's a draft excluder. It's called. Don't know what it's called in Hebrew, but it's a draft excluder. So you can buy lengths of it, cut it, and then have it all the way around the door, all four sides. And if you want to be super, super careful, you can do draft excluder on both sides of the door, and then you should be fine with that. As long as you've got the extraction. If you don't have extraction, then it's going to sit there. Eventually, it will come out. Yeah, no problem. Pleasure. Yeah, I agree, Dan. All of those together should sort you out completely. So, how does your other half feel about your smoking, John? That's always going to be a test of a marriage or a relationship. James, check your messenger. But it wasn't from me. Ooh, that's good, John. She likes the smell of cigars. That's cool. She's a keeper. Do I have know how to rehydrate a dry cigar? Well, the best thing to do is just put it in your humidor and just leave it there.
eventually it'll rehydrate. Whether it'll reclaim its original flavors, that depends on how dehydrated it is and how long it's been dehydrated for. Do you have any idea how long it's been dehydrated? You just got it. Well, if it's been out of a humidor for a long time, to be honest with you, you'll probably be quite disappointed. Yeah, there's no harm. Just chuck it in your humidor. There's no loss. I mean, just put it in there and see what happens. But if it's just been out, somebody bought it in the shop a few days ago, they left it out for a week or two, that should be okay. When you rehydrate it, you stick it in the humidor for 2 or 3 weeks, you should be okay. But if it's been out for a month, literally for a month, and it's been out in sitting on a table, that should probably also be okay. It may not be 100% as it should be, but it should be okay. You got it a month ago. B-Dog, that's a good question. I mean, there's, you'll split a room when you ask that question, especially in America. Here in the UK, that question is irrelevant because all the cigars here are unwrapped. Cuban cigars don't come wrapped. So if you're buying a Cuban cigar, it's going to be unwrapped. A New World cigar, they all come wrapped, even if they're in a box. That's just the way they're made. So there's arguments for both. And I would say like this, it depends. If it's a box which you're storing and you want it to really get some age and you're not going to touch it for a few years, leave the wrappers on. Because the humidity will go through the wrappers. That they're designed for that, and that's absolutely no problem. The cello wrappers, they will absorb humidity, but it's a much slower absorption. So if you're aging, they're great because to age slowly is good. It's a good way to do it. It does it in a very nice, settled, relaxed kind of way. So when you put the wrapper on there, when you leave the cello on there, that's gonna work. But if it's medium term, if it's a box that you've bought that you're going to smoke through, even if it takes you 6 months to smoke through it, but if it's your daily kind of smoke or a regular, even if it's once a week, but if it's your smoke, I would take them out. Personally, I would take them out so that you get the effect of the humidor now. So that because with the cello on, it's kind of retarded to some extent, the effect. But if it's a box that you're smoking, personally, I'm not saying you should do it, don't take my word for it, but I would take them out. Oftentimes I'll mix them in with other cigars which have got a great aroma. You have to be careful to do type with type, so don't mix in the same box. You can have them in the same humidor, but in the same box, don't mix Cuban cigars and non-Cuban cigars, personally, because they have a very different aroma. And a Cuban aroma is one thing and a non-Cuban is another. And you mix them, you're going to affect the flavor of the Cuban cigars. I don't know how it'll affect it the other way. But because Cuban cigar flavors are so different from New World, you'll muddle up the flavors of the Cubans. And another very important point, in my opinion, is never keep flavored cigars in this anywhere in the vicinity of non-flavored cigars. Not even in the same humidor, even if they're in a different box. I wouldn't keep any flavored cigars, any dipped or anything like that, cigars in the same humidor as non-flavored cigars. Keep them completely separate. Also, the Kentucky cigars, the ones which are smoky, nowhere near, not even in the same universe. In a completely different sealed container. Do not keep them with your other cigars. That's good advice. Mine is roughly 69, my humidity. It fluctuates with the environment as well. And, I've said this before that, cigars are quite, they're quite hardy. We get very finicky about cigars, 69, 70, 71, 72, 65. Everybody has their perfect spot. But a degree here or there,
in my experience, is not the end of the world. It's only when you start to really abuse them. You know, if you're going up to 73, 74, you're risking an infestation, because lots of cigars still have the eggs in them. All the UK Cuban cigars, they're all frozen on import. So every single cigar that you buy in a British shop has been frozen before you got it. And 72, I mean, I'd personally 69, 72 is quite moist, and you're gonna, if it happens to go up to 73, 74, it's a bit much, because there is fluctuation. So if you're at 69 and it fluctuates to 70, 71, it's not the end of the world. But if you're fluctuating from 72 to say 75, that can be bad. So I would keep them around the 69, 70 mark personally, even 65. But 69 works for me. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, but if you've got a 69 and a 72, there's no point putting a 69 together with a 72. So you need to take out the 72 and put the 69 in. Because all that will happen is that the 72 will absorb moisture from the 69. And it will eventually dry it out, but your humidor will still be at 72. Yeah, James, I would agree with what you've just said. And like I said, if you're having a discussion in a room, you'll split the room. Some will say with, some will say without the cello. It's just a matter of preference, I guess. Basically, the Boveda packs, they're a two-way street. So the idea of the Boveda packs is that it keeps the humidity at that humidity. So if see, here in the UK, we're lucky, we're quite stable when it comes to humidity most of the time, not always, but most of the time. If you're in a country where it fluctuates, so for instance, if the ambient humidity is say 80, for argument's sake, so your Boveda pack will draw in that humidity and take it out of the humidor, and it will stop at 72. If you're dry and your ambient humidity is 60, for instance, then the Boveda pack will emit humidity into the humidor and increase the humidity. So depending on how different you are, how different your ambient humidity is, that's how much work your Boveda pack is going to do. But the idea of it's like a thermostat essentially, and you put it at the thermostat at a certain temperature, your aircon will come on and off as needed to keep a stable temperature. That's essentially, depending if you buy a 69 or a 72 or a 65 Boveda pack, that's a thermostat, and it's going to essentially keep the humidity in your humidor at that. It'll either emit or absorb. That's basically how it works. That's actually a good analogy. I've never said that before, but thermostat is a good way of understanding how it works. If you think about it, it's a really clever design. I don't know what they do to the crystals to make it do that, but there's obviously some kind of chemical thing in there which does that. But it's really clever, and they're so flexible, so easy. You can put them in there with the cigars. You can put the cigars on top of it. Doesn't harm the cigars. You don't end up having cigars which are wet because it's sitting on top of the Boveda. It's very, very clever. I think the onset of the Boveda packs has kind of, to some extent, affected the automatic market. You know, the machines that you can buy, unless you've got a big, unless you've got a big humidor where ideally you want an automatic system, but otherwise, desktop humidors, even the larger ones, you know, the little cabinets, Bovedas are great. I enjoy all of the Cuban cigars, Mark, pretty much. Um, it's probably easier for me to say what I don't like. I mean, I don't dislike any of them, but if I was buying, I probably wouldn't buy Bolivars, although I do like the Bellicoso Fino. But the problem is that Cuban cigars to buy are really expensive. That's really the problem. But I'm pretty good with any of them now these days. The Guantanamero I wouldn't buy. That's a short filler, and I just wouldn't buy it. If I'm gonna smoke a cigar, I wanna enjoy it. I'm a bit fussy that way. The Vergueros, which is also a sort of a cheaper end of things, I've had them from time to time. They're reasonable. They're still similar price to the rest of them, so they're not quite. They're long filler as far as I know. They're not short filler like the Guantanameros. But I'm pretty good with any of them. Romeo and Juliet, H. Upmann, Partagas, Monte Cristo. Monte Cristos I've been finding a little bit heavy lately. The New Worlds, you've heard me talk about them. So my favorite New Worlds, Undercrown, depending on what you like. If you prefer a creamy, smooth, buttery smoke with a hint of cedar, Undercrown Shade. Fantastic cigar, good price point. If you want Maduro, you want a little bit of sweet, fruity sweetness with a little bit of strength to it, go for the Undercrown Maduro. If you like a bit of extra spice, tangy, cedary, sweet, spicy, a little bit of a slight sort of heat there, then the Sungrown. For me, those three cover all the bases when it comes to New World cigars. They have a whole load of other ones, and I've tried some of them, but for me, those three are the best. Out of the Undercrown range. The Oliva Siravi Melanios, fantastic. I prefer the Shade, not the Maduro. I think they're fantastic. They've got a beautiful, sweet, sort of cinnamony, sugary, burnt sugar kind of flavor. They're fantastic. I wouldn't say they need fresh air as such, because there is air exchange. Air exchange is anything that you've got which is airtight. There'll be some air exchange. Your humidor, the one that I sent you, that one will have some air exchange. The way to test your humidor is to take a £5 note, or any note that you've got, a dollar bill or whatever, and put the dollar bill over the edge. Open the box and put the dollar bill over the edge and close the box. If you can't pull the dollar bill out, then it's too tight. If you can pull it out with a bit of a pull, then that's perfect. That means that there's going to be some air exchange. If you can't pull it out at all, as I say, it's too tight. If it just comes out with no friction whatsoever, then it might be a little bit loose. And you can keep an eye on that. You'll see that. You'll feel that in your cigars, and your hygrometer will tell you that. Yeah, if you're new to cigars, the Undercrown Shade is ideal. It's perfect for that. Another good cigar is the Leaf by the Leaf by, can't remember the name. Leaf by Oscar. That's a good cigar. It's easygoing. If you want something middle of the road, not too strong, nice, nutty, buttery, creamy, good tobacco flavor. Arturo Fuente, the 898s, classic cigar. It's not going to blow your mind, but it's a great anytime kind of cigar. The short story Hemingways, they're hard to get and they're expensive, so maybe not try those, but those are nice cigars. I've enjoyed the Monte Cristo White Series. That's quite a while ago now. Those were nice. Those are New Worlds Monte Cristos, not Cuban Monte Cristos. Long cigars, yeah, I mean, just get a longer version of a cigar that you like. If I am going to smoke a long cigar, which I don't do very often, the Hoyo de Monterrey Double Corona, beautiful cigar, 3-4 years of age, fantastic. It's one of the only cigars I've given a full 10 mark in my videos. But to answer your question, Mark, in terms of whether they need fresh air or not, it's always good practice every few months just to open all your boxes, turn the cigars around, so that number one, you're checking to see if there's any mold or mildew or anything like that. And number two is to get when you turn it over, so that you're exposing all the sides of the cigar and you're evenly storing them. So you have them one way, a couple of months later turn them the other way, and then turn them back, and then you just every few months you keep turning them so you get a good even exposure as they're sitting there and aging. If you do find that your cigars have some mildew on them, some spots, the best thing to do is take a paper towel and just wipe it down. Not wet, just dry, something soft, and just wipe them down. I sometimes just do it against my t-shirt, and that usually is fine. If you get mold, that means the way to tell if something is plume is it's a sign of aging. It's the natural reaction of the cigar to the atmosphere, and you get these tiny little white hairs on the cigar. You can wipe them off if you want, but the way to tell the difference between plume and mold is that if you wipe it off, the plume will disappear. If it's mold, the mold will disappear, but there'll be a spot on the wrapper. There'll still be a spot where the mold is. If you have mold, take that cigar out. You can still smoke it unless it's really bad. If there's a couple of spots here or there, you could smoke it, but isolate it, take it away. Take the cigars out of the box that are in that same box. If it's not just open in the humidor, if it's in its own box within the humidor, take the cigars out of that box. Best thing to do is probably not use that box, or wipe it out completely with some distilled water. But keep those cigars separate. Wipe them all down, and then put them back in a box, but give them some space between each cigar, and just let them sit for a while and watch them every week. Just make sure that the mold is not still growing, because mold is an organism, and it only needs a couple of little spurs and it will just spread again. I've had a tin of tobacco which came with some mold. I took out all the moldy areas. A month or two later, it was all over it again, because it just needs a tiny little spur to regrow. So if you have mold, just isolate. Keep them in the humidor, but keep them ideally in a separate tupperware, maybe. Ideally not in the same humidor, because it's airborne. The mold is airborne, and the spurs can migrate from one box to another. So you get out, you stupid fly. So if you can, it's always good to have a separate tupperware besides for your humidor, with a Boveda in there, with a few bits of cedar or something like that, just to keep the humidity. So in case you ever need to separate some cigars, you've got somewhere, a bit like a hospital fish tank. You need to have somewhere to put fish that are sick, and it's the same with cigars. If you've got a cigar which is sick in some way, it's best to isolate it. I'm rambling on here, but I'm almost done, and then we'll get to shaping that pipe. You might as well, any other questions while I'm finishing that off, and then we'll move over. In the meantime, I'm going to have a cupcake which my daughter made. She loves baking, my daughter. With a chocolate fudge cupcake. I don't like eating in front of other people, so you look at my outside junkyard. So there. These are delicious. She came in last night while I was live. She wanted me to, while they were still hot, and she wanted me to taste it there and then. I said to her, actually, it'll taste better once it's cooled down. And by then she'd gone to bed, so I shall tell her when she comes home. Superb. Look how chocolatey that is. Yummy, yummy, yum. Reminds me of a Good quality dark Virginia flake. Or vapor. That was delicious. She's outdid herself this time. Outdone herself, I should say. Oh, that was good. How's Hunter's gaming going, James? Is he moving on? Going up the leagues? Give you another view of this pipe. Really nice rustic pipe. Yeah, I'm in the middle of making a pipe now. Sounds like he's doing well, James. In the middle of making this pipe. So I'm going to move over to shaping that in a minute. Just having a coffee break, you know, coffee, cigar, cupcake break. Yeah, so this is going to be kind of an elongated apple type thing. Hey John, welcome. Haven't seen you in ages. You're going to stink is the right word. You're going to stink the room out. There is no Pipe Club of London meetings yet. We're still waiting on those to restart. Yeah. There is a virtual one this Thursday.
John, I can recommend James's live. It's good fun. It's a good family night out. He gets his family in on the act. And every so often he'll enjoy a Corojo cigar. That flipping flies back in again. I think he likes the cigar smoke. At this point, this is quite pokey now, this cigar. It's got a bit of a kick to it. So I'm going to put it down in a sec. Partagas has got really good flavour, but it has got quite a kick. By the time you get to the last third, it's moving on to full in terms of strength. We call John the Swamp Rocker. I do anyway. I think I will from now on. The one you have is an Undercrown? Undercrown Mudor. I'm not familiar with that one. Oh yeah, unless you mean Maduro, yeah. Alright. Well, this cigar has not died in vain. That was enjoyable. But I am getting a bit of a nick blast at the moment, so I'm going to set it down and get back to work. Thank you for your patience. But we had a good cigar chat along the way. Now we can get to some work. I've got this French wheel which Mike sent me a while back. I've tried it a couple of times, haven't really liked it. I'm going to try it again, but probably not with this pipe, because I don't want to risk anything on this pipe, because I think it's got really beautiful grain. So essentially, this one is going to be kind of an oval shaped bowl. We'll see how that works.
Hey, big country, how you doing? Just catching up on the messages. Ember Embalmer, hi. Ember Embalmer, you're here in the UK? Okay, no shortage of websites. Somebody's already mentioned GQ Tobaccos. There's My Smoking Shop. There's Black Swan. I mean, those three will cover you no problem. GQ, My Smoking Shop, Black Swan. I'm sure there's others, but I can't think of them at the moment. Oh, I haven't done the stem. Let me go back into the stem. So one side is a lot better than the other side, but the other side's not too bad either. So really, really nice grain there, which carries on round, and reasonable grain on this side. Kind of goes around. There's a little bit of a sort of the straight grain. There's a little bit of a gap there, but otherwise it's got some really nice grain. So slightly elongated. If you look at it like that, you can kind of see a bit of an oval shape. Alright, back to the wheel. I haven't done the stem, so I'll go back and do that. You're under 21, Ross. Okay. I haven't made a peel-up, no. I've never tried. I don't know if it's hard or not. All the best, Ross. Thank you, Boris. Thank you, Steve.
I could theoretically just leave it there. Sterling silver band. Well, I've actually got to go in, so I can't sound anymore. I'm afraid my wife's just called me in, so I gotta go. Got to do what I got to do. So I'll be finishing this a bit later on. Maybe put a light stain on it, and that's it for now. I've still got to funnel out this V-slot, but we're getting there. So there we go. That's 4 hours done without even trying. My pleasure, James. You know I've always got you in mind. You know that, don't you? I hope you do get some sleep, James. I'll say thank you very much to everybody for joining, and perhaps catch you a little bit later on. All the best. Catch you on the next one.